Well, a good afternoon and a warm welcome to racing this afternoon. We've got a 12 race card to look forward to. This is meeting 51 of the Riyadh racing season, and we get underway in just around 4 minutes' time. Race 1 is a locally bred maiden contest, due off locally at 3:20. We have a field of 18 to look ahead to here. A few non-runners to make you aware of. Number 7 included amongst those, whilst numbers 20, 21 and 22 all don't go, so reserve number 19 is an inclusion here, leaves us with a field of 18 without numbers 20, 21, 22 in addition to number 7. Of the 18 runners we do have to look ahead to, well, they're making their way down to the start for this 2-year-old only 1200 metre dirt locally bred maiden. Assessing some of the contenders amongst this contest, well, number 1 is Asir Al-Majad, an unraced Harry Angel gelding out of a US bred mare. Drawn well from stall 4. Blinkers are fitted for the first outing here today. Number 2 is Akilan, light blue jacket for him. He's an unraced Garswood colt out of a locally bred mare, tongue tie fitted for the first outing, and the connections are in good form as well. Number 3 is Eshtalad. One start so far, that was when 11th of 17 on debut, over the course and distance just 2 weeks ago. Would have to improve upon that start here. Number 4 is Madarik, the orange and blue half jacket for him. Now, he was last of 17 first time out. That was over the track and trip just 2 weeks ago. Number 5 is Mokam Al Nasir, blue and yellow jacket for him. He's an unraced colt out of a locally bred mare. Leading jockey on board Adel Al-Faredi, whilst number 6 is Muhab Al-Jahez, another unraced gelding out of an Irish bred mare, and the tongue tie is fitted for the first time here today. Number 7 is the non-runner. Number 8 is Rasawi. Hasn't shown all that much in sprints so far. Number 9 is Sanad Tawaik. Stayed on well last time. That was over the course and distance back in November. May just have to improve again, but makes the second outing here today. Number 10 is Tufan Najd, an unraced two-step salsa colt out of a US bred mare. Another one with the application of a tongue tie. First time out here today. Number 11 is Vafa Al-Talahaya. Last of 12 over the C&D just 3 weeks ago. Would need to take a step forward amongst that on his third start. A few fillies, number 12 included amongst them, an unraced Classic Empire filly. Makes the first start here today, with the cheek pieces fitted on debut. Number 13 is Expo, blue jacket with the white spots. Now, she is another unraced filly. A tongue tie fitted for her as well on debut. Number 14 is Falakaya, a career best performance when second over the course and distance just 3 weeks ago. Rates highly on the form, albeit with plenty more experience than a few in this field. As number 15 is Canusa, an unraced birdsong filly out of a US bred mare. Connections not often having juvenile success, but this is a first time out for Canusa, and she'll look to impress on debut as the first of the runners do move forwards. The final 4 include Rodat Sedan, number 16. Number 17 is Ru Alulu. Number 18 is Tamtir. She's an unraced Lautam filly out of a locally bred mare who did win 6 times. A leading contender, you would think, for such connections. And number 19, the reserve who does get a place here, Mabobat Dima, is another who didn't show an awful lot in 2 starts earlier in the campaign, but does get in here with the withdrawal of number 7. Just taking a look at the international markets, well, Tamtir is around about 7-4 to make it a winning start. Falakaya 3-1, Akilan 9-2, another debutante here, Alexis Moreno on board. Rualulu's had that one start 11-2, and Mokam Al Nasir is 9-1, and it is 16-1 in the international markets bar, as the loading process does continue for the first of 12 races this afternoon. A reminder, we have a field of 18 with non-runners 7, 20, 21 and 22, and as a result of that, number 19, one of the reserves, Mabobat Dima, does get a place in this contest. Looks like well over half the field are already forwards. There's number 14, Falakaya, and Abdulaziz Al-Musa in the red jacket with the white cross belt. She'll be moving forwards into stall 9 very shortly, as number 19, Mabobat Dima, is the next one forwards. They are getting them swiftly loaded here. We are around about at off time now. but I don't think we're too far away from getting going for the first of our races here this afternoon. Looks like we're waiting on the final 7 or so. They include Tamtir, who first time out is well supported in the international markets. Camelia Ospino on board for the White Stable, looking to make a good start to the cards here today. As Expo's the next one forwards, goes into stall 3. Looks like Canusa's jockey Abdullah Al-Ulfi is just getting on board, with Canusa already in the starting stalls. Diamond Imperial is one of the next to go closer. Stall 13 awaits her. The blue with the white star is Tufan Nasht, who will be going into stall 8 as we wait on the final 4 or 5 to complete this set of 18. Final few to load then. Looks like number 3, Ejtalad, is another one we're waiting on. The green and yellow of Sanad Tawake is also waiting to come forward, so we're down to the final 4 or 5. Final check on the international markets. Tamtir 7-4, first time out. Falakar 3-1, Akilan 9-2, Ru Alulu 11-2, and 9-1 Bar. 3 or 4 to load then. Still waiting Canusa's jockey to get on board, but looks to be doing so now. Tamtir is the next one forwards into stall 11. Diamond Imperial will go into 13, and stall 14 awaits Ejtalad. They look to be the final 2 to go. Coming forwards now, Ejtalad, largely dark blue jacket with the white cap and the green and yellow of Diamond Imperial. One of a few fillies in this contest. Number 12, Diamond Imperial, will go into stall 13 to complete the line of 18 for the first of 12 races here at Riyadh this afternoon, meeting 51, and comes forwards now. Diamond Imperial looks to complete the line and does so. They're all in. This is race 1, a locally bred maiden for 2-year-olds only, over 1,200 metres, 18 runners in total. They're all in. They're off, racing over 1,200 metres. It was a steady start for favourite Tamtir, who lost a bit of ground. So too towards the rear of the field did Tufan Nasht, in addition to Expo. Just were slower out of the starting stalls as they settled themselves out early, and coming across to lead is Canusa. It's Canusa who leads early from on the inside Sanad Tawake. To the outside, Mahavad Demo is showing early speed. A further 2 lengths behind to the red and yellow of Falakar, with on the inside getting a little bit closer Akilan. Further out, just being pushed along for a stride or 2, there was Asir Al-Majad. At this stage, Tamtir would be settled in mid-division. Towards the rear of the field is Vafa Al-Tahaya, in addition to the slower starting Expo. But it's a strong tempo being set out top, and the leader is Canusa. Continues to lead by a length and a half. From Sanad Tawake to the outside, now Falakar is asked for more. Switched out, so too is Vafa Al-Tahaya. Tufan Nasht is now coming with a big danger as well. Plenty of chances inside the final 300 metres. Canusa is yet to be passed, but here with a big danger to the outside is Tufan Nasht, who now gets on terms. It's Canusa to the far side, Tufan Nasht to the near side, inside the final 100, and Tufan Nasht is getting on top close home. Tufan Nasht the winner from Canusa in second. Third has gone the way of Sanad Tawake, and fourth, Akilan. Well, it's a success for number 10, Tufan Nasht, who was settled in mid-division throughout the contest, has come through with a big danger turning for home, and on debut, Tufan Nasht has done that quite nicely to get the better of long-time leader Canusa. Sanad Tawake was back in third. It was Falakar possibly for fourth. It got very close between fifth and sixth. Akilan contesting one of those positions. But it's success for number 10 and Asil Al-Sahani, as Tufan Nasht, first time out, makes it a winning start and has done so in an unofficial time of 1:15.26. That's 1:15.26. Number 10, Tufan Nasht. Second has gone the way of number 15, Canusa. Third, number 9, Sanad Tawake. Fourth, number 14, Falakar. And fifth, number 1, Asir Al-Majad. That's numbers 10, 15, 9, 14 and 1. The distance is a length and a quarter and 2.5 lengths. A length and a quarter and 2.5 lengths. Number 10, Tufan Nasht, the winner in 1:15.26 to our opener. with the first 5 home numbers 10, 15, 9, 14 and 1.
يلا 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 معهم كاف روح الله يبارك فيك.
Other runners are heading out onto the track for our second race this afternoon. This is due off in a little under 5 minutes' time. It's a locally bred fillies conditions contest, open to fillies who have won 0 to 2 races. Over 1,200 metres, 3-year-olds only, and we have a field of 15 lining up for this one. Take numbers 9 and 10 out in addition to number 14. That's numbers 9, 10 and 14. All don't go. Leaves us with a field of 15 for this locally bred fillies conditions contest. And taking a look at the runners and riders now. Number 1 is Anna Manafa. Ahmed Al-Azri on board. A 2-time winner over 1,400 and 1,600 metres here at the track. Returned in pretty good form this season. Looks the one to beat on the figures if she is able to handle the drop in trip today. Number 2 is Mac Thor for the Red Stable. Sylvester de Souza is on board, a front runner often who weakened back into 5th over the course and distance here just last month. Looks to make another bold bid from the front, you would feel. Number 3 is Jawahir Al-Khafij. Made a winning start over 1,200 metres back in 2024. Hasn't quite matched that performance in subsequent outings, but was back in the right direction just 2 weeks ago. That was a consistent 3rd placed effort, and she'll look to build upon that today. Number 4 is Sork Torque in the green and yellow for Mohammed Al Habib. Consistent, ran to market expectations when a good 4th of 14 over the course and distance just last month, and not without a chance, you would feel yet again here today. Number 5 is Tarif Al Riyadh. 1 win from 10 starts so far. Slightly disappointing since her C&D maiden victory back in March. Number 6 is Alpha Biter, a 6-race maiden with a rating of 20 from those 6 starts. Number 7 is ASO. Promise won 5th of 16 in a 1,400 maiden just last month. Has only been seen 4 times in the career so far. This is a daughter of Force the Pass. Number 8 is Bint Karfa, yet to break the maiden tag. That's from 9 attempts. The trip a possible concern here today. A reminder that number 9 and 10 are included amongst the non-runners, so number 11 is Infi Alaya. Best efforts have come over the minimum trip, not without a good claim here today after a 4th last time. This is a daughter of Take Charge Indy. Number 12 is Lahaya, the blue jacket with the white sleeves. Last of 18 on debut over the C&D in March. Returns from a long absence. Makes just her 2nd start here today, a daughter of Sweet Return. Number 13 is Malak Al-Ossan. Mohammed Al-Nefsi on board. Winless from 11 so far. Number 14 is the 3rd of the non-runners. So number 15 is Moasil. He looks to win at the 13th attempt. Plenty of her recent starts have come over much further trips than this. Number 16 is Rhea Al-Siba, who has had just the 3 outings. Will need to improve upon those. A rating of 30 in this contest. Number 17 is Shakra Al-Wahi, yet to win in 15. Possibly open to improvement if you take that 2nd not so long ago. And number 18 is Zibada, who has been 8th on both outings so far. Maiden company possibly next for Zibada, but makes the 3rd start here today with Alexis Moreno on board and looks to take this locally bred fillies conditions contest as they are arriving down at the start a little under a minute away from post time. Looking at the international markets, well, it's number 1 Anna Manafa, who is the 11 to 8 market leader, has already got those 2 successes next to her name and looks to make it 3 from 7 starts with Ahmed Al-Zahari on board. Number 4, Sork Torque is 5 to 2 next in from Mac Thor at 9 to 2. Zibada is 7 to 1. Jawahir Al-Khafij is 12s. Taraf Al Riyadh is 14 to 1. The same price for Infi Alahaya and 22 to 1. And bigger prices the remainder in the international markets. A reminder that the non-runners here are numbers 9, 10 and 14. They are starting the loading process then. The first of the runners are moving forwards. It looks like number 13, Malak Al-Ossan, is the first one into the low draw of 1. Will be joined in the starting stalls by Taraf Al Riyadh, who is going into stall 17. The one that's just being kept away from the field, as you can see to the bottom of the picture there, is Bint Karfa, number 8, who is just away from the main group as the loading continues. It looks like Zibada is coming forwards. Rhea Al-Seba has already gone in. Anamanafa, the international market favourite, is next to load. Will go into stall 15. They'll be followed in by the Red Stables Macthor and Sylvester de Souza. Infi Alahaya is next forwards. We'll go into stall 8, and they are getting them swiftly loaded forwards for the second race this afternoon. Alpha Beta is joining. Final check on the international market. Anamanafa 11-8 from Surk Talk at 5-2. Macthor is 9-2. Zibada 7-1 and 12-1 bar. And Surk Talk will be the next one into stall 9, joined by Moasil. And that'll leave just the final 5 or 6 to complete this field of 15. Just requiring a bit of pushing is Surk Talk into stall 9, does so now. ASO will follow, goes into stall 3. You can see there Bint Kafra is the one who was just kept away from the main group of the field, and jockey has dismounted Ahmed Al-Sara. The final few checks, it would seem, ongoing for Bint Kafra. As a result, we're just in for a slight delay as the final adjustments being given, and I think jockey Ahmed Al-Sara is getting back on board. Looks to be the case, indeed is doing so. So stall 4 awaits the pair of them, and they may just be the final few to complete this field. Indeed, they're coming forwards now. Bint Kafra then will go into stall 4, and will complete the line of 15 for race 2. This is a locally bred fillies conditions contest, open to fillies who have won 0-2 races, 3-year-olds only, over 1,200 metres, and they're all in. Gates back, they're away and racing, over 1,200 metres for this locally bred fillies conditions contest. Just being ridden away from the stalls was Raya Al-Siba, who was slightly slower away from stall 12. Macthor got a good start for Sylvester de Souza and show his early speed to come across to lead, with Surk Talk behind those in second. To the outside is Bint Kafra. Further out, the red jacket of Zibadar is also prominent. So too further out, Tarif Al-Riyadh is 5 wide into that bend. A further length behind is Alpha Biter in the green and black, just being pushed along to maintain tabs on this leading group. To the inside of them races Malak Alossan, and just behind those is Jawa Al-Kafej. A few of them just struggling in behind. They include Infi Alaya, who is towards the rear of the field, and also Anamanafa has a lot of ground to make up from this stage. Turning left-handed on towards their final 400 metres, and it's Macthor who has led throughout and continues to do so by 2.5 lengths. Giving pursuit in second is Surk Talk. They've gone clear of the third. The fading Jawa Nahara, in addition to ASO. Staying on from the rear is Anamanafa, but they've got to go some to catch this leader, who is kicked on again in the hands of Sylvester de Souza. Macthor up towards the line is going to score in nice style. Macthor, the winner, is going to be close for second, possibly Anamanafa, who just got there ahead of Surk Talk. It was also close for 4th and 5th, to be confirmed with a replay. It's success, though, for number 2, Macthor, for the Red Stable. Sylvester de Souza on board, and has done that very nicely from the front indeed. Often races from the front, and despite weakening last time out, if anything, forged further clear here today, over 1,200 metres. Has done that in very comfortable fashion indeed. Number 2, Macthor, the winner from number 1, Anamanafa. Number 4, Surk Talk, did indeed finish third ahead of number 8, Bint Kafra. 5, Taraf Al-Riyadh was behind those in 5th, in an unofficial time of 1:13.71 for the winner, number 2, Macthor. The distance is 7.5 lengths ahead and 2 3/4 lengths. That's 7.5 lengths ahead and 2 3/4 lengths. First 5 home, numbers 2, 1, 4, 8 and 5. That's 2, 1, 4, 8 and 5. Success once more for number 2, Macthor, who wins for the 3rd career occasion in the hands of Sylvester de Souza.
कट गई है बारिश बगल बगल कटेगी नहीं यार पाना लगा golden job
Runners are heading out on track for our next contest here in Riyadh. This is race 3. It's a conditions race for locally bred horses who have won 0 to 2 races. 3-year-old and upward contest, over 1,200 metres once more on the dirt. And we have a field of 18 lining up for this one. Born on runners to make you aware of, they are numbers 11, 14, 18 and 20. That's numbers 11, 14, 18 and 20. All don't go, so we're left with a field of 18 for race 3. Taking a look at the international markets with a little over 3.5 minutes to off time here. Well, it's Jcsa who is the 15 to 8 market leader. Adel Al Faradi on board, a leading player you'd feel, who exits company after 2 good efforts against stronger opposition than faces today. Is drawn well in stall 2, and with Adel Al Faradi on board, he looks to win for the 2nd career occasion. Number 9 is next in the market, 5 to 2. Now, Motashamek, this is. Clung on for a 1,400 metre conditions victory just 3 weeks ago. Stays at that same level and should be helped, if anything, by this drop in trip. Sylvester de Souza was the winner of our latest contest from the front, and he looks to double up aboard Motashamek in race 3. Number 8, Mostawoba is 9 to 2 next in. This is number 8, Mostawoba, who is a 2-time winner who finished 5th of 18 at this grade over the track and trip just 2 weeks ago. A similar effort would suggest that she can go very close here today. She's one of 6 fillies in the contest. Number 12 is another, Jcsa, who is 5 to 1. Gerard Bat with Asil Al-Sahani on board. Now, she's a course and distance winner who remains pretty unexposed, makes her 9th start here today. She was 3rd of 14 in this grade just last week, and based on that performance, certainly couldn't be suggested she's not there with a strong chance once more. She'll be breaking from stall 4. It's 10 to 1 bar in the international markets. Number 13, Mosta Gamela is the next one. Ryan Al-Taresh on board. Now, she comes here off the back of some disappointing efforts when upped in grade just 2 weeks ago. Some of her better efforts came earlier in the campaign, but a good 3rd on penultimate start from this daughter of seeking a home. She's had a multiplication. With Ryan Al-Taresh on board, we'll look to return to winning form. She has been a winner once from 12 attempts so far. Plenty of these are bigger prices in the international markets. Number 4, Jcsa is worth noting. Alexis Moreno on board. Now, he has been a winner once before. That's from 18 attempts, and it came over 1,600 metres in the summer. It's a completely different test today, and down in trip, may just have to take another step forward. It's a reasonably big price to do so, but with Alexis Moreno on board, this partnership will look to return to winning ways to win for a 2nd career occasion. As you can see, they're arriving down at the start, the 18 runners and riders. We are a little over a minute to post time here. This is race 3 on the card, the locally bred conditions contest, open to horses who have won no more than 2 races, over 1,200 metres for 3-year-old and upwards. Looks pretty open on paper. Reminder of the international markets. Well, Jcsa is 15 to 8. Number 6, Jcsa. Number 9, Motashamek is 5 to 2. Mostawoba is 9 to 2. Gerard Bar is 5 to 1. Mostak Mela is 10 to 1. Jcsa is 14. Yaspik is 14 to 1. Saif Al-Jahaz is 16 to 1. Mothar is 16, and it's 20 to 1 bar, as they are circling down at the start currently, before the loading process does get underway for our 3rd of 12 races this afternoon. It is just worth noting that there's a slight silks alteration to number 13. Mostak Mela now sporting the red cap for the white stables. Number 8, Mostawoba, is with the green cap, and we'll be going into stall 11 very shortly. Mostawoba with Camilo Ospino on board. Mostak Mela with Ryan Al-Taresh. As we do hit the scheduled post time for race 3, the loading process looks to be getting underway, and we won't be too long from getting going here. A couple of others that we haven't noted so far. Well, number 5, that is Fede, who was heavily beaten in open and handicap company on the latest 2 starts. Did save some of his strongest efforts towards the TAFE season Only a winner, 4 starts to go even. And we'll look to return to that sort of form here today with a £4 claimer on board as the next couple are loading forwards for our next contest. It looks like number 2, Safe Al Jahaz, will go into stall 8. Mostak Mela is moving forwards into stall 16. The green and yellow of Gerard Bar has already gone forwards into stall 4. And with that, around about half the field are left to load. A final reminder of the non-runners here, numbers 11, 14, 18 and 20. That's 11, 14, 18 and 20. 4 non-runners rather, leaves us with a field of 18 for race 3. And the final 5 or so are now coming forwards. It looks like we're waiting on Mostowobar, in addition to 15 in picture there, Salute Song. Fab Altimiat is on board and goes into stall 14, no trouble. Number 8 follows. Number 6, Jahar Bladi, the international market favourite, is next to go into stall 2, will be followed in by number 9, Motashamek. And with that, they're all in. 18 in total for this locally bred horses conditions contest, and they are away and racing. Over 1,200 metres, it was a slower start towards the rear of the field by Awazam from stall 9, has given the field a good few lengths. As there's a good competition on for pace. Coming across, Mostak Mela from stall 16 is showing early speed, so too is Safe Al Jahaz towards the inside. The largely grey jacket of Almirada is also showing early speed, in addition to the green and yellow of Gerard Bar. That's the leading quartet. Jahar Bladi follows them with the Czechs in a share of 5th position. Towards the outside of them is Alpha Jazis. They're just going a few lengths on from Mostowobar, who is 4 lengths behind in a share of 7th position. To the outside is Mothfar, and they're well strung out here as they turn left-handed at the top of the home straight and on towards their final 500 metres. It's Safe Al Jahaz who is now taken over, but plenty of these with chances. Jahar Bladi's coming there with a strong challenge. So too is Alpha Jala. To the outside, Mostak Mela is now presenting a danger, but on towards their final 100 metres, and it is Jahar Bladi who has now taken over and hit the front, gone 3 lengths clear. Back in second is Al Shafala. They've gone clear of Zahib Al Jahaz and up towards the line. Jahar Bladi has made short work of these and goes on to score nicely. Jahar Bladi, the winner, from Al Jafali in second. Third has gone the way of Self Al Dahaz, and it's very close for 4th and 5th. Success for Jahar Bladi, number 6, and Adal Al Faradi have been a winner once before, had been highly tried. Some good cup contests of late, but down in grade here today has recorded a 2nd career success and has done very nicely indeed to pull away from the field. It was number 1, Kilastify, who has stayed on strongly towards the finish, ahead of Safe Al Jahaz. Number 8, Mostowobar, has plucked on to finish a good 4th. As mentioned, it was very close in behind. It looks like number 13, Mostak Mela, has just got up for 5th position. First 5 home to be confirmed in an unofficial time of 1:13.35. That's 1:13.35. The winner, number 6, Jahar Bladi. First 5 home, numbers number 6, 1, 2, 8 and 13. That's number 6, 1, 2, 8 and 13. The distance is 5.5 lengths, 1 3/4 lengths and 2 3/4 lengths. That's 5.5 lengths, 1 3/4 lengths and 2 3/4 lengths. The winner, number 6, Jahar Bladi and Adal Al Faradi.
الله يبارك فيك. شكرا بعد راسي. شكرا.
Well, the runners and riders are heading down to the start for our next contest here at Riyadh. This is a fillies open contest, race number 4. 1400 metres for 2-year-olds only. And we have a field of 12 lining up for this one. That's a field of 12 in race 4, this fillies open contest. Take number 7, Farah Jude, out of the card. That's number 7, Farah Jude, does not run. Leaves us with a field of 12, and we'll look at the runners and riders for race 4. Number 1 is Ajtiliad and Luis Morales, consistent, who often comes from off the pace. Second of 19 just last week in a conditions race. Steps up in grade, will take a step forward if she is capable of winning it here today, but she has been a winner once before from 7 attempts. Number 2 is Gossanai in the red and blue jacket. Abdullah Al-Sahidi on board. Similar profile, 1 win from 7 starts, made a winning debut over 1200 metres. Has been winless in 7 subsequent starts. Looks a little bit exposed from those attempts, but a daughter of Bird Song who will look to return to winning form. Number 3 is Sue Perfect and Alexis Moreno. 1 win from 9 starts for her. She was very much heavily raced in the UK, who finished 11th of 17 at debut 3 weeks ago. Top rated on figures, but yet to prove it on the dirt, and will look to do so in open company here. 4 is Twahij and Thab Alamiat. 1 win from 7 starts for this daughter of Tonsdadat. Now, she was a TAFE winner over 1400 metres in August. A little inconsistent profile since switching to this track, and returns to the 1400 metre distance here today. 5 is Ashk Alariad. Like the race compared to the others, just 1 start. That was when 10th of 17 over 1200 metres. It's tougher here today, but up in trip, just her 2nd attempt. Improvement is likely. 6 is Almiral Al Nahuf. 0 from 4 so far, rated just 41 after those 4 outings. Varied trips, 1200 to 1600 metres, and goes in between the 2 of those distances here today, 1400 at the 5th outing. Number 7 is the non-runner, as mentioned, Farah Jude. So number 8 we'll move on to next. This is Gala Hatim. 2 starts so far, both in sprint maidens. Up in grade here today, up in trip. More is required for the 3rd outing of interest. Number 9 is Lady Phage and Ahmed Al-Shah. 0 from 3 so far. She is progressive. Hasn't been seen since finishing 4th over 1600 metres back in September. Her 3 starts so far read form figures of 7th, 9th, and most recently 4th. She's in box 11. Number 10 is Motazaya, 0 from 2 so far, promising when 3rd of 20 over the course and distance on debut. Failed to replicate that when last seen, was way out of it, but will look to build upon that debut start. A daughter of study of man. Number 11 is Sahar, Sylvester de Souza, in pursuit of a double on the cards, a speedy type, who finished 3rd of 20 on debut just 3 weeks ago. Weakened in the latter part over 1600 metres, but you would not be surprised down in trip to see an improved performance once again. Number 12 is Selamaya and Ricardo Ferreira, 0 from 6, yet to break the maiden tag, but 3rd of 10 in a conditions race over 1200 last month, and suggestion is capable of going very close. Whilst number 13 is Tatatat Naj, the final one of these 12 runners. A big career best when 3rd over 1200 metres just 2 weeks ago. Is exiting maiden company, faces previous winners, and is up in grade on the 5th outing, this daughter of Worldly. Those are the 12 runners and riders then. And taking a look at the international markets, well, Sahar is around 7 to 4. We have Sylvester de Souza on board. Number 12, Salmaya, is 11 to 4. Sue Perfect, 9 to 2, one with plenty of experience. Number 1, Al-Shazad, is 6 to 1 from Motazaya at 12s. Gossanai is 16 to 1. It's 16 to 1 bar, as the loading process is now getting underway. Sahar is one of the first ones forwards, goes into stall 1. Will be followed in by the remainder very shortly, and it does look to be the case that they are getting the first few in. Ajtilad has gone forwards, will be followed in by Lady Phage, who goes into stall 11. The black and white of Sue Perfect has now gone forwards into 2. Salamaya will join into stall 6. Ricardo Ferreira on board, does so now. And the final couple include Alamaya Alanouf in shot there, in addition to Motazaya with the green jacket, white epaulets, navy blue cap. Goes in. Moving forwards. Last one loading forwards will be Jcsa, who will go into stall 12. 12 runners and riders then for race 4. Number 7 is the non-runner for this Fillies Open. 2-year-olds only, over 1,400 metres. They are all in. Gates back, they're away and racing over 1,400 metres. It was a slower start from Ashek Al-Riyadh. A good break away from Salamaya from stall 6, and also fast into stride was Gossanaya from stall 3. Settling themselves 30, Sue Perfect is also showing early speed towards the inside, is keen going in the blinkers, but has a lead of a length and a half. Over Salamaya racing in second. In between them, the red jacket of Sahar is next in a share of third. A further length and a half behind is Gossanaya. Further out wide is Jcsa. Going 4 wide into that bend and racing very wide is Taha Najid. Just being pushed along behind those, just to keep tabs, is Motazaya, and a further few lengths behind towards the inside is Gala Hatim. Altijalad is towards the rear of the field, in addition to Lady Fage. Almarai Alanouf is also losing positions right towards the rear. Turning left-handed and on towards halfway, and it is out in front, Sue Perfect. Leads by 3 from Sahar, who is hard at work in second. A further few lengths behind is Selmaya in third. A further 3 behind is Gossanar, and they're well strung out turning for home. But it is Sue Perfect and Alexis Moreno, still with a gap of 2.5 lengths over Sahar and Sylvester de Souza in second. Selmaya is a further 3 behind in third. They've gone clear of fourth. It's Sue Perfect who has led throughout and continues to do so. 100 metres to race. Sue Perfect and Alexis Moreno all out towards the line, but are gonna hold on, and it's Sue Perfect who returns to winning ways. Sahar was second. They pull clear of third, which has got in the way of Salmaya, and fourth, Aishtilia. A return to form for Sue Perfect, who, switching to the dirt, has made a winning reappearance in the hands of Alexis Moreno. It's a second career success, and has made all to score there from Sahar in second. Atura pulled a long way clear of third, which has gone the way of Salamaya very narrowly. Fourth, Aishtiliad. And fifth looks to have gone the way of Gossanaya, number 2, in an unofficial time for the winner of 1:27.94. That's 1:27.94. Number 3, Sue Perfect. From 11, Sahar, 12, Salanaya, 1, Aishtiliad, and 2, Gossanaya. The distance is a length and 3/4, 6.5, and a length. That's a length and 3/4, 6.5, and a length. The winner, number 3, Sue Perfect. With the first 5 home, the numbers 3, 11, 12, 1, and 2. That's 3, 11, 12, 1, and 2. The winner, number 3, Sue Perfect, and Alexis Moreno.
مرة الحمد لله.
Well, the runners will be heading out onto the track very shortly for our next contest here at Riyadh. This is race 5 on the way. A locally bred maiden contest over 1,800 metres, our longest race of the day so far. It's open to 2-year-olds only, and we have a big field, 20 in total. Numbers 21, 22, 23 and 24. The 4 reserves do not get in. But we do have a full field of 20 runners to look ahead to here. And we'll turn our attention and have a look at the international market. Well, Abba Al-Maili is 15 to 8 in the market from Samsic at 3 to 1. Lemon Tree is 7 to 2. Min Cash is 5 to 1. Lean Macho, a debutant here, is 14 to 1. Sake Al-Dad is 16. 16 for Zan Fal and 18 to 1. Bar those. Siding with experience then, the market would suggest, and Abba Al-Maili is number 1 in the card. Sylvester D'Souza on board, and just the 1 start so far. That was when staying on powerfully to finish second over 1,400 metres on debut. That was just 2 weeks ago. The suggestion would be from that effort that he is capable of staying these 1,800 metre distance and looking to improve a place. Abba Al-Maili could be difficult to pass. Number 2 here is Al Amash. 3 starts so far for him, the best of which went 7th, arguably last time. Ahmed Al-Shrar on board. Number 3 is Ala Alays, just the 1 start next to his name. That was a 12th of 20 on debut over 1,600 metres. More would be needed. Number 4 is Barak Toik, a son of Power Broker. 2 starts so far for him. 16th of 20 over 1,400 metres and would need to progress up in trip. Number 5 is Cellulose. 1 start so far. That was when 10th of 20 on debut, over 1,600 metres. Number 6 is CR7, 2 shades of blue. 1 start, that was when 9th of 11, back in September, not seen for quite some time, so a bit of an unknown in this race. Number 7 is Derby, 2 starts so far for him. He did progress from 1st to 2nd, 9th, and most recently 5th. Number 8 is Etnark. 1 start again for him, 15th of 20 over 1,600 metres. And up in trip 2nd time out. Number 9 is Esmashari, 2 starts so far, the best of which were 9th. Number 10 is Meshkas, more experienced with 3 efforts next to his name. Number 11 is Minkash and Munad Al Nassar, 2 starts so far, progressed when finishing 3rd last time, over 1,600 metres earlier in the month, and certainly a place candidate if coping with the 1,800 metre distance that he's faced with here today. Number 12 certainly has a chance. This is Mustam Sik, 4th of 20 over 1,600 metre earlier in the month. That was when behind Min Cash would have to improve and reverse that form to win today. And the step up in trip could be the catalyst to doing so. 13 Raid Al Shalam, 2 starts so far, yet to feature. This is a son of Patriot Act, who looks to improve a great deal at 3rd attempt. 14 posted a better effort when 5th of 20 2 weeks ago. This is Sakir Al-Dad. 15 is Saldan, 0 from 3, 6th last time, the best effort from this son of Advertise. Number 16 is Kawakal Balal. Alexis Moreno looks to record yet another winner on the card. 5th last time for him. Again, would have to improve at box 12. Kawakal Balal will look to win at the 3rd attempt. 17 is Zan Fal, 0 from 1. That first effort was when 10th of 18 on debut over 1,200 metres, a big step up in distance for him here today. Number 18 is Had Hadia, 0 from 1 from this daughter of Moon Colony. She was seen when never really involved, beat 2 rivals over 1,600 metres, would need to improve up in trip. The final 2 are number 19, Lena Macho, who is a debutant in this contest, and number 20 is Lemon Tree, who showed promise on her first 2 outings over shorter trips. It's got a good draw in 2, and certainly not without a chance. So those are the 20 runners and riders heading to the start, 1,800 metres ahead of them for this locally bred maiden. We were due off around about a minute ago, but they are making the way to the start, and hopefully we aren't too far away from getting going for this maiden. A final check at the international markets. Well, 15 to 8 for Abba Al-Mali, 3 to 1 for Mustamsik, Lemon Tree 7 to 2, Minkash 5 to 1. Lina Macho, the debutant, 14s. Saki Aldad is 16s, and it's 16 to 1 bar as they are arriving at the start. Plenty of jockeys already in the winners' enclosure this afternoon. Included amongst them is number 1 Abba Amili's jockey Sylvester de Souza, in addition to number 16 Tewakal Bala's jockey Alexis Moreno, who we've just seen scoring aboard Super Perfect in our latest contest. And Alexis Moreno will look to record a quick fire double with 16 Tewakal Bala here. Abba Amali in stall 11. Looks to improve just a place, as mentioned, from that debut effort when second. The step up in trip may be the catalyst to doing so as they move behind the starting stalls, and we're ready to get them loaded forwards for our 5th of 12 for this meeting 51 at Riyadh. Final few tack adjustments being given to a few, including number 19 Lino Macho, it would seem, one of the greys in the contest. And the final couple are now moving behind the starting stalls. It looks like Celalos, in addition to Tewakal Bala, are the final two to move past, and we will get the loading underway very shortly. And there we are, circling down at the start, ready to get them forwards for race 5. A reminder, this is a 2-year-old only, locally bred maiden on the dirt over 1,800 metres, race 5 of 12. Have a look at the form of some of these. Have a look at the market, which places Abba Al Mali at 15 to 8, from Mustamsik at 3 to 1, Lemon Tree 7 to 2, Mincash 5 to 1, and 14 to 1 bar. Newcomer in the race is number 19, Lino Macho, who is a daughter of Macho out of Bint Meerkat Miss. Just to win at the first time of asking here today. And she is the one they're just having some late tack adjustments being given to. One of a couple of greys is mentioned. Lemon Tree is another one, who is to the right of picture there, the green and white jacket. There's the yellow of Ala Alays. Number 12 is Mustamsik, well supported in the international market. 6 CR7, 2 shades of blue, noseband on. Whilst number 15 is Saladan, as the first couple are waiting to come forwards. The non-runners here, all 4 reserves, numbers 21, 22, 23 and 24. Looks like they're just bringing the first couple forwards. I think Lino Macho is coming into stall 9 now, it would seem. Just a few minutes past the scheduled off time, locally of 5 minutes past 5. They are being presented forwards now, and I think we're getting closer to a start. It looks like Mincash is getting a little bit closer as well. We'll be going into stall 15. Abba Al Mali getting closer in the hands of Sylvester de Souza. This is a son of Mucho Gusto. We'll go into stall 11 for the red stable. Now wearing the blue cap is Abba Al Mali. 17 Zan Fal. This one we've just seen once. This is a son of Commend, who will be going into stall 6. They are amongst the final couple to come forwards. I think we're waiting on Mustamsik, in addition to the orange and blue of Etanak, who will go into stall 14 for Asil Al-Sahani. And they may just be the final 2 or 3 to come forwards. It looks to be the case. Sal Sedan coming in. And we look like we're almost set. This is the locally bred maiden, over 1,800 metres for 2-year-olds only. 20 runners and riders. And the last one's coming forwards. Celalos will go into stall 16 to complete the line. And Red Al-Sahan is another one we're just waiting on into stall 1. So 16 coming forward, Celalos. And stall 1, Rahid Al-Sahan. They're away and racing. Over 1,800 metres for race 5, this locally bred maiden. They've gone without Rahid Al-Sahan. Number 13, Rahid Al-Sahan, did not jump off with the field. Showing early speed is Sahikid Al-Lahad, in addition to the yellow and blue of Ala Alayez. Ethnak is also prominent in the orange and blue and is just coming across to shade the advantage. Very narrowly, it's Ethnak from on the inside, Sakir Al-Lahad. Mustamsik is also taking a more prominent position with Aba Al-Maili. Towards the outside, Lemon Tree is prominent, so too is Esmashari. Right to the outside, Min Cash is just being pushed along to maintain tabs on this leading group. Just behind those is South Sudan, who's settled in mid-division. A few of them just struggling to keep up with this pace. They include Mekash. In addition, towards the rear of the field, Had Harrier. Moving on towards halfway then, and it is Ethnak with a slender advantage. From on the outside, Min Cash is taking a more prominent position. In between rivals, Mekash is getting a little bit closer, so too now Abba Al-Maili and Sylvester de Souza. Just picking off rivals is Tawakal Bala, who is picking up, so too is Lino Macho. A few of them struggling behind, including Ala Alez, in addition to Had Harrier, as they prepare to turn left-handed at the top of the home straight. Still, plenty of these with good chances. It's Abba Al-Maili towards the inside of Minkash in the grey jacket towards the outer. They're just going a couple lengths on from Tawak Bala, who's being switched out to present a key danger. South Sudan is staying on, so too is Al Amsar. Plenty of these still there with a chance. Inside the final 300 metres and picking up well is Tawakar Bella, who has now gone on a length and a half from Abba Al-Maili back in second. Then behind those, Mustamsek is staying on well behind them in third. They've gone on from Al Masar back in fourth. On towards the final 100 metres, and it is Tawakal Bala with a slender advantage up towards the line, all out and holds on. Tawakal Bala wins race 5, close between second and third. Included amongst them was Abba Al-Maili and the staying on Mustamsik. Success for number 16, Tawakal Bala, who at the third attempt has got off the mark, improved from first out to second, and it's a success here today. Alexis Moreno records a quick-fire double. It was very close between second and third, as mentioned, Mustamsik to the outside of Abba Al-Maili. We'll wait on confirmation between those two, and it was even close to fourth and fifth in a good finish to race 5, the locally bred maiden. But Tawakal Bala in an unofficial time of 1:56.15. That's 1:56.15. Second looks to have gone the way of Abba Al-Maili, ahead of 12 Mustamsik. 11 Minkash has finished fourth, ahead of Saldan, number 15 in fifth. So the first 5 homes, 16, 1, 12, 11, 15. That's 16, 1, 12, 11, 15. The distance is a length and a quarter ahead and 5 lengths. That's a length and a quarter ahead and 5 lengths. The winner, number 16, Tawakal Bala and Alexis Moreno.
ايوه شكرا ايوه تعال
Runners and riders are heading out on track for our next contest here at Riyadh. This is race 6. It's an Arabian horses maiden contest over 1,800 metres, open to 4-year-old and upwards. And we have a field of 15 lining up for race 6. Number 2 is the non-runner. That's number 2, doesn't go. Leaves us with a field of 15. International markets, place number 11, Shlal Al-Dray as the 6-4 market leader. From Shamsan Al-Shanaria at 3-1, Swa Al-Amal is 5-1, Sajan Al-Kalader is 13-2, and it is 20-1 bar. Assessing the chances of these runners and riders then, well, number 1 is Adam Al-Kir and Naif Al-Anazi, yet to win from 13 attempts. 2 handicap starts recently, failed to beat more than a couple of rivals. Finished 3rd of 16 in a better race in October. Would have to show that sort of level of form again today to go on to win. Number 2, the non-runner. Number 3 is Byron de Gazel, who's more likely raced, has had 3 starts. Maiden from those 3. 7th of 19 in a 1,400 metre contest last time. Steps up in trip. 4 is Dari BR, who's had just the 1 start. That's when last of 12 on debut back in August. Returns from a long layoff. Another one up in trip. Number 5 is ES Diem, who's had 3 attempts so far, the best of which on penultimate start. Over shorter distances, all 3 of those efforts unexposed, but would have to take a step forwards. 6 is Cafu, who's 0 from 6, placed last time, however. Still yet to break the maiden tag at the age of 8. Ran in a 0-65 handicap earlier this month when putting up a better 3rd placed effort. Number 7 is Mitab, who's had plenty of starts, 24 starts rather, and failed to win from any of those. Has proven over further trips, including 2,000 metres when seen in handicap company just last time. Number 8 is Raghi Or and Ayad Al-Jurisi, who's had 2 starts so far. Big amount of progress from 1st start to 2nd. That was when 7th of 14 over 1,600 metres. That was only last month. Number 9 is Sajan Al-Khaladaya, who is coming here off the back of some placed efforts in sprint maidens between 2023 and 24. Hasn't shown quite that same level of form this season. And a question mark regarding the 1,800 metre distance on paper. 10 is Shamsan Al-Shanaya, who's had 8 starts so far. Highly tried compared to some of them. Back into maiden company and a top jockey on board in Ricardo Ferreira. Number 11 is Shilal Al-Duray, who's had 3 starts so far, but has shown a pretty good level of form. Flew home to finish 2nd of 14 on penultimate outing. A nice 5th last time against some strong opposition. That was earlier in the month, and on that form, Shilal Al-Duray has a very solid chance of getting his head in front for the first time from 4 attempts. 12 is Sunrise Al-Shahai, who's yet to beat a rival in 2025. Huge step forward required from this son of No Risk Alamari. 13 is Yazid Al-Kaladir, 0 from 3. Again, would have to improve a great deal and is also returning off a long layoff. 14 is ES Mariah, who was a better 3rd last time. That was 3rd of 7 over this C&D just 2 weeks ago. 11 races, she's gone without a success. 15 is Lady de Violettes, who is 0 from 8. Whilst number 16 is a more consistent type, Swa Alamal, proven over regular staying distances, and should certainly be there with a chance, you would feel, on the form, especially proven over distances such as this, which a few of her rivals have failed to do so far in their short careers up to date. A final check at the international markets then, as we do near and off for race 6. Well, Shlal Al-Duray is 6-4 from Shamsan Al-Shahanea at 3-1. Swa Alamal is 5-1 from Sajan Al-Khaladiyah at 13-2. And 20-1 bar. Big jump in the market as they do arrive at the 1,800 metre start point. Moving behind the starting stalls then for race 6, this Arabian horses maiden. 4-year-old and upwards, purebred Arabians, 1,800 metres. And we are ready to get them loaded forwards in just a moment's time. The form angle, well, number 11, Shlal Al-Duray, with those 3 starts, flying home on penultimate outing and putting up a very solid 5th against some decent opposition last time into a maiden such as this takes a big chunk out of the international markets. And the suggestion is that Shlal Alderay is the one to beat on the balance of form, as Dayan is coming forwards into stall 2. And the loading process is well underway. A reminder, we have a field of 15 here because number 2 is a non-runner. That is, number 2 does not go, so we're down to a field of 15 as Dayan moves forwards. Shamsan Al-Shahanaya is coming in next, goes into stall 6, no trouble there for the grey, and will be joined in the starting stalls by Swa Alamal into stall 5. Next couple include the hoop of Metab, Adam El Kir with the noseband is another one being presented forwards. It looks like Yazid Al Khaladir, another grey in the contest, red jacket, white sleeves and cap. He's coming forwards and will go into stall 1. So they are getting them forwards here. Final couple include Byron de Gazel in addition to Adam El Kir. Final 2 or 3 to load then. Sunrise Al Hashai is going in, and Adam El Kir may just complete the line here of 15 for race 6. Looks to be the case. This Arabian Horses maiden over 1,800 metres, all in. And they are away and racing over 1,800 metres and off to a level break. Good start in between rivals by Dayan, so too Byron de Gazu, who got away to a good start as they settled themselves up early. Adam El Kir, another one who was well into stride, so too Sajan Al Khaladir. There's a bit of a contest on for pace here. Byron de Gazel is coming across to show early speed, in addition to Sajan Al Khaladir, as well as Adam El Kir, who is towards the inside, just struggling towards the rear of the field in these early stages. Is Raggy Orr, one of the greys in the contest, has given the field a good 5 or 6 lengths, and is last off the 15 as they move down the back and on towards their final 1,000 metres. Sajan Al Khaladir then is showing early speed with Kafuk, with on the inside also prominent Byron de Gazel. A further few lengths behind to Yazid Al Khaladir in the white sleeves in cap, who is tucked away towards the inside. The lighter blue sleeves of Swa Alamal is just picking off a few rivals. Going very wide is Sunrise Al Shai as they prepare to turn at the top of the home straight, and it's Byron de Gazu who now establishes a lead of 2.5 lengths. The purple jacket of Lady de Violettes is just moving up a couple of positions. Adam El Kir is hard at work towards the inside in a share of 3rd position. The lighter blue sleeves of Shamsan Al Shaner is just picking off rivals one by one. So too is Yazid Al Khaladir. Plenty of those with chances in behind, but they've got to get to this leader, Byron de Gazel, who now just opens up to a lead of 6 or 7 lengths. Sajan Al Khaladir is hard at work, so too is Adam El Kir, just coming through rivals with a challenge, Lady Violette. So too picking off rivals one by one is Shlal Alderay, and Shlal Alderay is coming out of the pack to chase. It's Byron de Gazel with a lead of 3.5 lengths. Shlal Alderay is now switched to the outside, getting on terms within a length, now half a length, and moving on by. It's Shlal Alderay inside the final 200 metres, goes on by 2 and 3 lengths, and is quickening clear to score in nice style here. Shlal Alderay away from Byron de Gazel and Adam El Kir, and to the line it's going to be a comfortable success for Shlal Alderay. A close thing for 2nd and 3rd. Adam El Kir stayed on again, a few of them staying on late in the day to get the better of long-time leader Byron de Gazel. Swa Al-Malal was another one who picked off rivals one by one, but it's Shlal Alderay who had the form at the trip and has gone well to score in race 6. Breaks the maiden tag at the 4th attempt. Whilst he was left with a bit of work to do, certainly for home, had the form in the book and has picked off rivals one by one. Got very close, possibly Adam Al Kir just getting there for 2nd ahead of Swa Al-Malal and Byron de Gazel behind those. Unofficial time of 2:07.02. That's 2:07.02 for the winner, Shlal Alderay. Numbers, the first 5 home, numbers 11, 1, 16, 3 and 9. That is numbers 11, 1, 16, 3 and 9. The distance is 5 lengths ahead and half a length. That's 5 lengths ahead and half a length. And the winner to race 6, the Arabian Horses maiden over 1,800 metres, number 11, Shlal Alderay.
الله يبارك فيك.
Runners are out of track and heading towards the 1600-metre start point for race 7 here at Riyadh. This is a fillies open contest for a field of 11 line up. Number 4 is the non-runner. Number 4, the non-runner, leaves us with a field of 11 in race 7. Number 1 is Jcsa and Alsil Al-Sahani, off the mark in a 7-runner maiden back in September. Improved since, finished a good third of 15 when in this grade just last week. It comes here as a consistent option, and certainly not without a chance. Number 2 is Albani and Abdullah Al-Odib, a 5-race maiden so far. She was seen at the mile trip not so long ago. Wouldn't be surprised to see her go from the front. Number 3 is Handicap who we've only seen once. That was when 8th of 20 on debut at a course and distance maiden. That was only 2 weeks ago. More required up in grade today. For the non-runner, so number 5 is Makasib, an unraced Omaha Beach filly out of a US-bred mare who once was a winner from 11 starts. Now, she was purchased for $110,000 in March and would look to make an immediate impact with a Camilio Ospina on board for the white stable. Number 6 is Matahar and Adal Al-Faradi, who was 6th of 17 in a course and distance maiden just last week. Quickly turned out here, partnered by top jockey Adal Al-Faradi, and looks to win for the first time at the 5th attempt. Number 7 is Naharat Mara, a daughter of strong mandate, who's 0 from 4, but showed one of her better efforts last time. That was over 1,200 metres just 2 weeks ago. He's back up in distance on the 5th start for her. Number 8 is Safirat Watan and Ahmed Al-Orfi, who's had 5 starts so far. Would have to improve upon those 5 efforts, an official rating of 35 for the 8. Number 9 is Tedoum, who ran with promise on her first 2 starts. That was over the course and distance. Disappointed slightly since, has a bit to prove after 2 efforts of late. Whilst number 10 is Vlad, well beaten over 1,200 metres in maidens this season. A return to that company, maybe where she heads after this, but she's up in grade, trying her chance at the 3rd attempt. Number 11 is Yakataya and Ricardo Ferreira, another debutante here. A Quinto filly out of an Irish-bred mare. And the Red Stable often doing well with debutantes. Clearly thinks some of this to put her in a fillies open contest such as this. And number 12 is Zinat Al-Rifa, 7th of 18 over the track and trip only 2 weeks ago. It came in a weaker contest than this, so she will have to improve upon that to win at the 3rd time of asking, as the runners and riders are heading behind the starting stalls at the 1600-metre distance for this 2-year-old fillies open contest. Taking a look at the international markets, well, Makasib is 13-8 from Yakataya at 5-2, Matahar is 4-1, Jcsa is 6-1, a big jump in the market at Albani at 16s. 16s for Narat Rumar, 20s for Hadiat Mazam, and 20-1 bar. As the loading process is soon to begin, as we do draw closer to the scheduled off time locally of 5 minutes past 6. A little over a minute and a half away. There in picture is Safirat Watan, who would have to take a step forward on her latest 2 starts. But take a bit of stopping the white stables Makasib and Camilio Ospino, who on debut here today is well bred, was purchased for a high fee. Makes the first outing from stall 2, over 1,600 metres here today. A reminder that number 4 is the non-runner, so we are left with a field of 11 for this fillies open race 7 of 12 on the card here at meeting 51 at Riyadh. Hadiat Mazam will be one of the first forwards. Stall 1 awaits her with Abdullah Al-Kredis on board, as we are now well under a minute from the scheduled post time. And all 11 runners and riders circling at the start. There is Matahar, blue with the yellow hoop. Just behind her, the white jacket with the red sleeves of Albani. The black and red there of Hadiat Mazam. Whilst right in the centre, he's number 11, Yakataya. The Connections have already had a winner on the card. That was ridden by Silvestre de Souza, Ricardo Ferreira aboard this daughter of Joaquinto. Just having a few problems with her, and Ricardo has had to dismount as a result, as Hadiat Mazam is the first one to load forwards, goes into stall 1, and the remaining 10 will join very shortly. Makasib will be going into stall 2, One of the greys in the contest is coming forwards as well. That is Vlad, who will go into stall 12. Blue and white stripes of Nawarat Ramar, 7 awaits that daughter of strong mandate. Abdulaziz Al Musa on board, as Yokota is now remounted by Ricardo Ferreira, and the partnership are going into stall 11. Right about half the field already forwards, still awaiting numbers 2, 8 and 9, in addition to 5 and 7, who are just being kept away from the main group at the moment. Number 9, Tedoum is the next one forwards, green and yellow jacket for her, white cap. The white stables, Makasib's going next into stall 2. And the final 3 include Nawarat Rumai, in addition to Albani, and one of the final ones forwards will be Safirat Watan into stall 8. A reminder here, as the last couple load forwards, that number 4 is the non-runner. That leaves us with 11 for this Fillies Open, race 7 on the cards. It's a 2-year-old only 1600 metre contest. They're all in. Gates back, they're away and racing. It was a slower start from Yokota, who from stall 11 was just last out and has given the field just a length or so. Away well was Makasib, in addition to Zint Al-Refa. Towards the inside, Hadiat Mazar is also taking a prominent position. The largely white jacket of Albani is just being pushed along to move up into third. Towards the outside is Vlad, in addition to Matahab. Nawarat Rumar is also keeping wide at this stage as they move on inside their opening 400 metres. Is Makasib for the white stables towards the inside with a slender advantage from Yokota, who has made up some lost ground to the outside in a share of second. Alongside her is Zinat Al-Farer. That's the leading trio. They're just going a length on from the green and yellow of Tedoum. In fourth, then comes Safrat Watan, the red and blue, joined to the outside by Matahab. These 6 are going a length and a half on from Janai, who is being kept wide in seventh. Towards the inside, Albani's being pushed along, yet to be asked to challenge is Nawarat Rumar. Hadiat Mazam has got a bit of work to do from that position, as turning left-handed and on towards their final 600 metres is Makasib. Makasib leads by 2 lengths. Now off the bridling second is Yokota, pushed along by Ricardo Ferreira. Tedoum goes wide towards the outside in third. Behind those is Matab as they straighten up for home and on towards their final 400. It's Makasib and Camillo Ospino now ask for more, quickens away by 3. Tedoum moves up into second, leaves Yokota a further few behind in third. Matahab stays on behind, but is Makasib inside the final 200 metres, still with a lead of a length and a half. Tedoum is giving game chase in second, but too little too late, because Makasib to the line goes on to score. Tedoum was second, got closer for third, staying on was Matahib ahead of Yokota. In an unofficial time of 1:41.74, Makasib makes it a winning start in the hands of Camillo Ospino for the white stables, and has gone on and held on first time out to get the better of Tedoum, who had 4 starts of experience. Matahib has finished third. It looks like Zinat Al-Farer has stayed on again to finish 4th, ahead of Yokota, who has faded back into 5th. So the first 5 home numbers 5, 9, 6, 12 and 11. That's 5, 9, 6, 12 and 11. Official time 1:41.74, and the distance is a length and a quarter, 7 1/4 and 1 1/2 lengths. That's 1 1/4, 7 1/4 and 1 1/2 lengths. A winning debut for number 5 Makasib in the hands of Camillo Ospino in race 7.
برفي الحمد لله برفي شكرا الحمد لله.
Moving behind the starting stalls for our next contest here at Riyadh. This is a 1600-metre open contest, open to 3-year-olds and upwards. So we have a field of 20 to contend with here. The non-runners are numbers 17, 22, 23 and 24. That's 17, 22, 23 and 24. And as a result, reserve number 21, Amber Blossom, does get a place in the contest. That's number 21, Amber Blossom, does run. So the 20, headed in the market by Just for Soul. The international market's placed Just for Soul at 5-2. Pretty open betting heat. Every Breath You Take is 4-1 from Vordat Alamaydin at 11-2. Princess Yara is 7-1. Tazaba is 10-1. Ziggy's Phoenix 9-1. Al Jamana 9-1. Saudi Aromatic is 14s. Israj is 20s. Al Jude is 16-1 now. Cloudy Sky moving into the same price. Last Edition is 20-1. Fox Flame is 25s and it's 25-1 bar. And assessing the chances of a few of them, well, number 9, Just for Soul, comes here having been highly tried. She drops into regular open company here for the first time, in fact, since November 2024. The top rated in the field, and on the bare form should go very close to winning this. 11 Every Breath You Take is an improving filly. Seeks a hat-trick of wins after consecutive conditions race successes. Those wins over 1400 and 1600 metres, and hard to rule out if further progression is to come. Number 5 is Vordat Alamaydin, open winner. That was over 1200 metres in November of last year. Returned off a long layoff to finish 10th of 17 last month. Should improve a great deal upon that start, but a question mark next to her name. Some of the others in the market, well, number 10, Princess Yara. Sylvester de Souza still looking for that double on the card for the Red Stables here. And Princess Yara is a 2-time winner. Both those wins away from the track. Lower levels as well regarding grade. And put in her place in a better race last time out, but comes here with good chance with Sylvester de Souza on board, looking to win for the 3rd occasion. Number 4 for the White Stables, Tazaba. Connections won our last race, and Tazaba is a daughter of Blue Burner, who has won on half of her outings, 3 from 6 so far. 2nd and 15 in a cup race when last seen. That was back in August, so she's got a return off a layoff. Of the others, well, number 6 is Ziggy's Phoenix, a UK import. 5th of 15 in a 2,000 metre open just earlier this month. Could appreciate the drop down in trip here today. That's number 6, Ziggy's Phoenix. Abdullah Al-Orfi is on board as the loading process is soon to begin. And the final one we just mentioned is number 18, Al Jamana, out of Alexis Moreno, who was mentioned won our earlier contest. And she was 4th of 13 in a course and distance open just last month, capable of going very much close at this level. And those are the top few in the international markets, as Just for Soul is the 5-2 market leader. Tariq Al Mansour on board, dropping down in grade. This daughter of Justify out of Susie's Baby, and we'll have stall 4 to contend with very shortly. A few silks alterations to make you aware of. The Red Stable, number 6 Ziggy's Phoenix continues with the red cap. Number 10 Princess Yara now with the white cap, and number 14 Passionately with the black cap. Whilst number 13, or rather number 16 Zainab, also has a white cap. One of few 4 connections there. That's a daughter of Knight of Thunder, Zainab, who will be going into stall 19 in a moment's time. Looks like Sylvester de Souza has just got off Princess Yara, walking her at the start. Hopefully all okay there, and she'll be moving forwards very shortly. A couple of others we haven't noted. Number 20, Saudi Aromatic, and number 19, Last Edition. Last Edition has run to a consistent standard. Ricardo Ferreira on board. That's a daughter of Ifraj, looking to win for the 1st occasion. There's Israj in the green with the black epaulets and the green cap, as number 6 Ziggy's Phoenix moves past. And they are getting the first of these loaded forwards. That's number 13, Not Even Close. There's number 16, Zainab, now with the white cap as mentioned. Very similar silks for numbers 3 and 13. We'll identify them with him running. 13 has the red epaulets, whilst number 3, Israj, has the slightly darker navy blue. epaulets and will be going into stall 10 in a moment's time. Most of them are already forwards then for race 8 here at Riyadh. It looks like number 10, Princess Yara, is the next to move forwards. Will be followed in by Israj. Saudi Aromatic is coming closer passionately. We'll go into stall 17, and that will just leave the final 2 or 3. They include favourite Just for Soul, number 9, one of the greys in the contest, who has stall 4, and they're just having a few problems with Tazaba, number 4, who will go into stall 11. Looks like Fawaz Al-Shamari has just got off, and I think they're going to try and load her without jockey on board. Looks to be the case. She'll be one of the final ones forwards. Indeed, that looks to be the case. 20 runners in total for race 8, this 1600 metre open. Almost all set. All in. And Gates back there away and racing. Off to a level break. Away well was Every Breath You Take in the largely orange jacket. Saudi Aromatic also away well. So too to the near side Cloudy Sky. Got away to a good break, as did Fox Flame. In addition to Israj and Not Even Close. The one that was slightly slower away towards the rear of the field in the early stages. The largely red and white jacket of Princess Yara. So too Desert Jewel was slightly slower than the others. Ziggy's Phoenix is also taking a more prominent position as they move halfway down the back, and towards the inside, just being pushed along, is Cloudy Sky. Coming through, Not Even Close presents a danger. So too Al Jude in the checks of gold and black. In between rivals, the black of favourite Jussel is just being nudged along to take a more prominent position alongside Saudi Aromatic. Plenty of contest on for pace here up top as they turn left-handed and on towards their final 800 metres. It's Not Even Close with a narrow advantage, now just being pushed along. Saudi Aromatic comes through to challenge to the outside. Al Jude is racing next in third. They're going 3 lengths on. From the black jacket of Just for Soul in fourth. A further few behind is Israj in fifth. Then comes Every Breath You Take, but they're well strung out here as they turn left-handed and on towards their final 400 metres. Saudi Aromatic now hits the front, goes a couple of lengths on from Not Even Close in second. Just for Soul to the wide outside is coming there with a challenge. So too is Al Jude. Staying on from the rear is Israj, in addition to Passionately and Princess Yara. But it's still Saudi Aromatic with a lead of 2.5 lengths from Just for Soul in second, then Not Even Close in third. But up to the line, all out is Saudi Aromatic in the hands of Mohammed Al-Daham, who'll hold on to score. Not Even Close was second. He got close between third and fourth. Staying on was Just for Soul, in addition to the red and white of Princess Yara and Ziggy's Phoenix. A successful number 20, Saudi Aromatic, who wins for the first time from 11 attempts, a daughter of Mendelssohn in the hands of Mohammed Al-Daham. Kicked on, turning foam inside the closing 400 metres and eventually went away to score. From Not Even Close, got very close for third, possibly Ziggy's Phoenix, ahead of Just for Soul. That'll be confirmed shortly. A few of them staying on late in the day. Passionately, another one for the Red Stables, but in an unofficial time of 1:40.78. It's number 20, Saudi Aromatic, who has won race 8, the Open, over 1,600 metres. Got the better of number 13, Not Even Close. Behind Not Even Close, Ziggy's Phoenix has indeed just got there for third, ahead of Just for Soul in fourth. And fifth was close as well. Passionately has just got that final 5th place position. So the numbers of the first 5 home, there was 20, 13, 6, 9 and 14. That's 20, 13, 6, 9 and 14. The distance is a length and 3/4, 3/4 of a length and a neck. That's a length and 3/4, 3/4 of a length and a neck. The winner, number 20, Saudi Aromatic and Mohammed Al-Daham. Runners heading out on track for our next contest here at Riyadh. This is race 9, a locally bred horses conditions contest for horses who have won no more than 2 races. 3-year-old and upwards on the dirt over 1,600 metres, and a field of 19 are heading to post. A few non-runners to make you aware of: number 6, number 13, and numbers 22, 23 and 24. So 5 in total. The 3 reserves, 22, 23 and 24, all don't get in, and number 6 and number 13 are 2 additional non-runners, leaving us with a field of 19. International markets have Ibn Laboon at 9-4 favouritism from Al Handawan at 100-30. Riyadh Al-Bari is 9-2. Al Rajay is the same price. Simihan is 6-1. Min Mithala is 17-2. Mobem is 16-1, 16-1 for Kasafar, 1 of 2 for the Red Stables. Malskar is 22-1, and it is 22-1 bar. Assessing the chances of a few of these then, Ibn Laboon is the favourite, a 2-time winner who finished 8th of 16 in a Group 1 contest over 2,400 metres. That was just earlier in the month. Brings arguably the strongest form to the table, and has proven that he can more than stay over distances similar to this today, 1,600 metres. Al Handawan could be the key danger. Number 2, 2-time course and distance winner with good handicap form. It's a step up in grade compared to what Ibn Laboon presents, but it wouldn't be a surprise to see him go close. He's been in good form of late and looks to continue that to win for the 3rd career occasion, this son of first offence. Riyadh Al-Bari is number 4 here, won a course and distance open back in October. Backed it up with a really solid 3rd placed effort in Cup company last time out, so another interesting inclusion in the contest. Al Rajay is worth noting, number 7 here. Disappointing when last seen in a 0-70 handicap. We'll have to take a big step forward on the basis of that form. Number 5, Simihan, has had 2 wins from 8 starts. Simihan often from the front. Just a question of whether the stamina may hold out with Fahad Al-Faradi on board. This is a son of Hainesfield who often tries to make all, has been successful in doing so twice from 8 attempts, so don't be surprised to see him bounce out from stall 4 and try and make all yet again here today. Some of the others we haven't mentioned, well, number 16 is Min Mithala for the White Stables, rated 63 with 1 win from 19, well beaten in a C&D conditions race when seen quite recently. Camilla Espino on board, looks to win yet again this afternoon. 2 wins from 8 starts for that son of Premium Tap, as they are making their way to the start. Number 11 is Mobem, just worth noting. Mobem is a consistent performer. He finished 4th of 19 in a C&D conditions contest just 2 weeks ago, and wouldn't be out of it on that form. 9 just going past there, Leoun Mashael, Mohamed Al Habib on board. There's number 19. That's Cassifer, Ricardo Ferreira. Worth noting that a slight silk alteration to the colours of her Cassifer. She now sports the white cap, whilst the other Red Stable representative, Ibn Laboon, is with the traditional red. Cassifer is worth noting. She's only had 2 stars. She was a winner first time out, and then was 5th when last seen. That was a good effort over 1,200 metres back in March when breaking the maiden. Only seen 2 weeks ago when 4th of 14 over 1,800 metres. We'll have to improve upon that start, but with race fitness back on her side, not at the equation that she's capable of doing so. As mentioned, 1 of 2 poor connections, as they are behind the stalls, and ready to get them loaded forwards here for race 9, a locally bred horses conditions contest. Heading process will be underway very shortly. Final check on the international market as it stands. Ibn Laboon is 9-4 from Ihandoan at 100-30. Riyadh Al-Bari is 9-2. Al Rajay is 9-2. 6-1 for Simihan. Mithala is 17-2 from Mobem at 16-1. Kasafar 16-1. Malkar 22s, and it is a 22-1 bar, the final few. Non-runners 6, 13, 22, 23 and 24, so that's the 3 reserves in addition to numbers 6 and 13. Leaves us with a field of 19 for this conditions contest. Scheduled off time at around about a minute ago, but they are down at the start and hopefully not too long before the loading process does get underway. Looks to be the case. The first couple, Al-Shahab Ahmadi and Maltgar, are coming forwards. Looks like stall 16 has just been occupied. Indeed, that is the case. Najim Al-Sarar has moved forwards into 16. Will be joined by Maltgar into 18. Next couple coming forwards include Adate, stall 20 for him. He's a son of no advantage, who would have to take a step forward on recent starts, but has been a winner twice before, and can go close if repeating some of that form. Number 11, Mobem, blue and white half jacket for him. He's moving into stall 6. There is the White Stables Min Mithfala, still waiting on Al-Sahab Al-Madi, and that's the blue of Simihan. Couple still we're waiting for. Now being brought forwards, final 2 or 3 to load. Main group are forwards. Here comes Min Mithfala into stall 1. I think we're still waiting on 4 or 5 of them. Al-Handawan is included amongst them, in addition to Simihan, and Al-Shahab Al-Madi will be part of the final trio to load forwards, and he'll be going into stall 12 as they are bringing them forwards. Numbers 5 and 16 to load then in total for this 19-runner contest. It's a locally bred horses conditions contest for horses who have won no more than 2. All in, gates back, and they're away and racing. It was a slower start from favourite Ibn Laboon, who was given the field a couple of lengths from the starting stalls. It wasn't the quickest break away from Simihan either. A good start from the largely white jacket of Mithfala, so too Hawad was away well. Kasavar is also quickly into stride and is showing early speed and is just coming across to be part of the leading group. It's Hawad in the largely grey jacket who has a slender advantage over Kasifar in second. Further out is Al-Handiwan, that's the leading trio. Mint Mithala towards the inside for the White Stables is racing next in 4th. Then comes Mobem in 5th. Towards the outside of them is Al-Sahab Al-Madi in addition to Maltgar. Ibn Laboon is still towards the rear of the field and would have a good 15 lengths to make up as the pace is being set by Hawad. Moving on towards halfway, turning left-handed at the top of the home straight. Al-Handawan has moved up into 2nd, just ahead of Kasafir in 3rd. Then comes Mobem in 4th. Pushed along to the inside is Min Mithala. Behind those is Simihan, who's also coming under a drive. So too is Maltgar in the cross belt. Behind those in 6th. The blue and yellow being pushed along next is Sasab in addition to Mabragat Najd as they prepare to swing in for home. And Al-Handiwan has now joined to the outside, travels strongly, goes on by half a length from Mobem, giving chase in 2nd. Hawad has now been relegated back to 3rd, still staying on his Simihan, but asked for maximum effort out in front is Al-Handiwan and Osama Al-Sharani. Quick and clear by a length and a half. Simihan has come out of the pack to chase. It's tiring late in the day, Al-Handiwan, and Simihan is getting on terms. Up to the line, Simihan sees it out best to score. Simihan the winner from Mobem in 2nd. He got close for 3rd. Tiring late in the day was Al-Handiwan, and a few of them were staying on. Maltgar amongst those, in addition to Al-Shahab Al-Madi. Simihan, though, the winner in race 9, stayed on best to score in an unofficial time of 1:40.96. You can see tiring late in the day was Al-Handiwan. Mobem was staying on strongly, has picked up 2nd position. 4th, possibly, Mint Mithala has held on ahead of Kasifar. With the numbers coming through, the first 5 home, numbers 5, 11, 2, 16 and 19. That's numbers 5, 11, 2, 16 and 19. The distance is a length and a half ahead and a length and a quarter. That's a length and a half ahead and a length and a quarter. Success in race 9 for number 5, Simihan.
هشام رياضيين
يمشي هبط على تحت بس لا 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 طيب الله يبارك فيك الحمد لله.
runners are out on track and heading to the start for our 10th race here at Riyadh. This is a conditions contest for horses who have won no more than 2. 1,600 metres the distance once more, and a field of 17 are lining up for this one. No non-runners to make you aware of, so a complete field of 17 will be heading to post. Number 1 is Jcsa and Mohammed Al-Daham. 2 starts, 1 win already for him. Comes here off the back of a promising debut second, but scored comfortably over 1,400 metres just 2 weeks ago, and you would feel should appreciate the step up in distance as well. Number 2, Champion Island, could be a key danger. 1 victory from 8 starts in the UK. Purchased for 35,000 guineas in October and makes the dirt debut here. Number 3 for the White Stables is Q, off the mark at the 4th attempt in the UK for Archie Watson before being sold. Runner-up on debut over this trip. That's local debut and should go close. Number 4 is Allies, a 6-race maiden. Would need to take a step forwards on the form that he has shown so far. 5 is Aldarida, 0 from 4. Similar comments applied to him. Shaped well when 3rd of 11 on debut over this trip. 6 is Amoj, weakened when 14th of 20 on debut after showing a bit of early speed. Adel Al-Faredi takes over 2nd start for Amoj. Number 7 is Bin Haas, close when finishing 5th. Only been seen once, that was when 9th, so we'll have to take a step forward for that. Number 8 is Hadam. Now, he's had the 1 start so far. He's the son of Sergei Prokofiev, who was 19th of 20 on debut, much more required. Number 9 is Cat Alaya. Sylvester de Souza on board, 2nd of 20 on debut for the Red Stable, and makes just the 2nd start. Number 10, Meisbure, has had 2 starts so far, well beaten in maidens at Riyadh and at Taif. Number 11 is Moheb. Now 5 starts for this one, rated just 30 after those efforts, would have to take a huge step forwards on the balance of form. 12 is Nawaf, now tailed off when 16th of 18 in August, returns from a longer layoff, and this looks a pretty tough assignment. 13 QD Rockets had 4 starts so far, Abdullah Al Hussein on board, the best of which arguably when 3rd 3 starts ago. Has had some sign of promise over this trip earlier in the year. 14 is Rabeg, 0 from 6, a 6-race maiden, but placed over 1,200 metres. And they are back up in trip with Rabeg today. 15 is Riyadh Chrome, Tariq Al Mansour on board, 0 from 5, but improving. He's a son of California Chrome, who is back up in distance here today. 16 is Sadati, 2nd of 4 in a Newmarket contest when last seen, purchased for 45,000 guineas in October, and it's the 1st start for new connections with Asil Al-Sahani on board. And 17, the final one of these, is Tariq, Fawaz Al-Sahari taking the ride. 0 from 3 so far, progressed, went up in trip over 1,800 earlier in the month, back down in distance. Bit of a surprise, but connections will hope it brings out further improvement on the 4th outing for him. And he is the 17th and final runner that we were turning our attention to, as they are down at the start. International markets have Asia Kier at 2-1 favouritism. That's number 1, Asia Kier. Cat Alia, number 9, is 100-30 from Q at 4-1. Rabeg is 11-2. Amoj is 6-1. Champion Island 18-1. Bin Haas is 18-1. Sadati 18-1. 22-1 for Al Jarir and 22-1 Bar. Circling down at the start then, we're a minute and a half past post time, but they are looking like they're nearing the loading process, so we will be getting underway very shortly. Looks like the jockey's just got back on board, Messieurs. Hopefully all okay there. Abdullah Al-Adib on top. Nawaf just walking behind there. So too number 9, Cat Alaya. Just worth noting that there is a slight silks alteration. At number 7, Bin Haas for the Red Stables with the red cap, whilst number 9, the 2nd of the representatives for the connections, Cat Alaya, is now in the white cap. Sylvester de Souza still seeking that double, having had a winner much earlier ago. First few are being brought forwards. I think we've already got number 17, Tariq in, so too 15, Riyadh Chrome. First 4 or 5 are walking forwards. Allies will join them. So too will the 6, Amoj, in the green and yellow check jacket. Number 13's getting closer, QD Rocket. Check sleeves, largely black jacket for him. Abdullah Al Suhain on board this son of Connect out of south of the shore. Next few include Mahep, blue with the white disc, in addition to favourite Jcsa Kier, who will go forwards into stall 4 very shortly. Mohammed Al-Daham on board, 1 from 2 so far as mentioned in his career. Second first time out, but improved when seen over 1,400 metres last time, and will look to make it 2 in a row further up in trip today. There he is, walking forwards into stall 4. He'll be one of the final 3 forwards. Looks like 7, Bin Hass included amongst those, and the white sleeves and cap of Rabeg will be the last of them into stall 10 to complete the line of 17. 17 in total then for race 10, a conditions contest for horses who have won no more than 2. They're all in. And they're away and racing. Over 1,600 metres, off to a pretty level break, slightly slower from Amoj in addition to Sayadati Sadati. Those two were slowest into stride. A good breakaway from Catalaya, who in the hands of Sylvester de Souza is just coming through to lead. Is now being joined to the outside by QD Rocket. Also prominent in the early stages is Q. A couple of them coming across to contest the early speed. Rabeg isn't far away either, as the pace is being now set out in front by Maheb. So too, Cat Alaya, who's taking a more prominent position with Ku further out wide. Maysor is in between them. That's the leading 4. Now Sayadati Sadati is just making up some lost ground in company with Asaya Kier. They're settled in mid-division. Further behind those is Tarek. Towards the inside is Amoj. Nawaf is just being pushed along to maintain tabs of them as well as they prepare to turn left-handed with Hadam, the new leader. It's Hadam from Catalaya. Further out wide is the White Stables Q. That's the leading trio. Now Asaya Kier towards the inside is making ground up into 4th. That just relegates Maysor into 5th. They have gone a few lengths on from the likes of Sayadati Sadati, who's weakening behind, in addition to El Drea and Alez as they prepare to swing in, and they're 4 abreast turning in for home. 400 metres left to race. It's Asaya Kier with a slender advantage from Q to the outside in 2nd. Catalaya is a further length behind in 3rd. A few of them are staying on from the rear. They include Rabeg, who has moved up into 3rd, but away and clear is Asaya Kier. Inside the final 200 metres has made this a procession. In the hands of Mohammed Al-Daham, away and clear. Asaya Kier, far too good. Moving on into 2nd is Rabeg. It's close for 3rd, possibly Q, ahead of Cat Alaya, and is close for 5th as well. Tariq was staying on in company with Maheb. Asaya Kier, though, the winner, has doubled up upon that latest success. Step up in trip, brought about further improvement, and in a time of 1:40.44 has made light work of opposition there. Rabeg did indeed finish 2nd, a long way behind, but 1 from 14. Those were the first 2 home. Was close for 3rd, 3 just getting there ahead of the 4th, which has gone the way of number 9, Cat Alaya. As mentioned, it looked close for 5th as well. But the first 5 home in race 10, the conditions contest for horses who had won no more than 2. Numbers 1, 14, 3, 9 and 5. That's 1, 14, 3, 9 and 5. The distance is 9 lengths and 3.5 lengths. And ahead, that's 9 lengths, 3.5 lengths. And ahead, the winner, number 1, Asaya Kier, in race 10, in the hands of Mohammed Al-Daham.
اليوم كاسر جاني انا ملان يوم طلعت شوف هذا شوف تلف عود واحد حساب هناك ايه شاف هذا هو احمد لو بعد ايه محمد
And the runners are out on track, heading to the start for our penultimate race this evening. It is a 20-runner Arabian handicap, 0 to 70 rated for purebred Arabians, over 1,600 metres, over to 3-year-old and upwards. Numbers 21 and 22, the two reserves don't go, so we're left with a field of 20. Taking a look at the international markets, well, it's number 5, Nam, who is the 15 to 8 market leader, from Bin Al Tier at 9 to 4. Al Mohandes is 7 to 2. RB Slick is 5 to 1. Loki de Soleil is 12. Ghazal Al Jazra is 12 to 1. It's a big jump in the market to find Fawaz Aliyat Najid, who is 20s. Astral de Sol is 25 to 1. K de Gazel 28, and Alpha Mega is 28 to 1. Kazaz is 28. 28 Talal Gouda, 28 for Jalmood, and 40 to 1 bar. Plenty of these to look at. And we'll start with number 5, Nem Al Faradi on board, a front runner often who finished a tired 4th, 20 over 2,000 metres on his penultimate start. You wouldn't be surprised to see if well suited by the drop in trip. And from the front, Name could be the one to beat here today. He'll be loading forwards into stall 2 very shortly. Bin El Ter could be the danger. 4 wins from 40 starts. He's exposed, but returned to form when a fast finishing 3rd over 2,000 metres last month. Dangerous off this mark and down in trip. Number 9 is Al Mohandes, who is a maiden from 11 starts so far. A mark of 66 for Al Mohandes here today. Could be dangerous and ready for a win. Number 13, RB Slick of interest. Salman Al Rashid on board, claiming the one win from 11 starts for the 13. RB Slick was a 1,400 metre 0 to 65 handicap winner just 3 weeks ago. Disappointed last time. Dropped down £4 for that defeat. And could be dangerous once more off this mark of 63. Number 3 is Loki de Soleil, 70 rated, 1 win from 15 starts, added the placings for some time, 9th of 19 over 2,000 just 2 weeks ago, and dropped £2 for that effort. Returns to a potentially favoured trip as a result. And 7, Ghazal Al Jazra, worth noting, 1 win from 10 starts. Now, comes here off the back of a solid effort over 1,600 metres, but that was a pretty weak contest, and more may be needed from him here today. Loading will begin very shortly. We were scheduled to get off for around about a minute ago for this 3-year-old and upwards Arabian handicap 0 to 70 rated contest, and it looks pretty competitive. A final check on the international markets for this race 11 penultimate contest. Name is 15 to 8 from Bin Al Ter at 9 to 4. Al Mohandes is 7 to 2. RB Slick 5 to 1. Loki de Soleil at 12s, 12 to 1. Ghazal Al Jazra and 20 to 1 bar. Stalls just being brought across, and we will get the loading underway for our penultimate race. This is over 1,600 metres. The longest race of the evening, coming up in around about half an hour's time. A couple of non-runners to make you aware of when we come round to it. But in this 4:55, it's just the 2 reserves who won't be taking part. The rest of the field will. That's 20 runners in total. And as a result, it looks pretty competitive on the form book. Name has been well supported in the international markets, having been in competitive form of late. Adel Al Faradi on board, despite a maiden from 8 starts. Comes here with strong credentials. Sarad KR was just in picture there as well. As they are just preparing to bring them across. Looks like the first few have already gone forward, so we're not far away from getting this well underway. Having a look if favourite Name is into stall 2 just yet. Largely white jacket of RB Slick is coming forwards. He'll be going into stall 9. He's already been a winner once before. Those are the final few we're waiting on. And it looks like number 4, Fawaz Eliad Najid, we're waiting for. We're waiting on number 17, Jalmood. Alpha Mega. There is Jalmood, who are going to stall 4. Black jacket with a red disc, white sleeves, red cap. The lighter green jacket of Sered KR. The white cap to the far side there, coming forwards next. And that'll be part of the final couple to load forwards for this handicap. 20 runners in total, 0 to 7 Arabian handicap, over 1,600 metres, they're all in. Gates back, they're away and racing, and off to a good start was favourite Name from stall 2. A few of them were getting away well. Alpha Mega included amongst those, so too Jalmood. The black and yellow of Murjan Ramadan is also coming across to contest the early speed, just a little bit short of pace in the early stages. Farad Al-Najid just being pushed along, so too is Mushid Isa for a stride or two. Settling themselves out early here, and there's plenty of contest on for pace. Alpha Mega amongst those, so too Bint Alam, who broke well from stall 13. Also coming across is Murjan Ramadan, the darker blue of Astral del Sol. So towards the inside Name, the favourite is tucked away to the inside. The red and blue then of Bin Al-Tar is just trying to get a little bit closer. The lighter blue jacket of Tal Al-Ghudar, plenty of opposition on the pace up top, as the pace is being set by Vissim Al-Sarraj very narrowly. From Murjan Ramadan to the outside in second. Name is now getting through to the inside. Bint Alam is taking the wider route round in a share of third position. They're just going a few lunks on from Tal Al-Ghaladar. Then comes RB Slick, the largely white jacket, just picking off positions one by one as they prepare to turn left-handed at the top of the home straight. And it is still Vissim Al-Sarraj, who's yet to be passed, and if anything is going best of all. Goes on by a length and a half. From Name firmly off the bridle back in second. To the wide outside, the orange jacket of Bint Alam travels with promise back in third. There's very few getting into it from behind. It's Vissim Al-Sarraj from Name. They've been 1 and 2 for quite some time. They've gone 2 lengths on from Bint Alam, who is staying on behind those in third. Right from the rear, Jalmood is picking off positions, has moved up into fourth, now into third, and looks a big danger. It's Vissim Al-Sarraj from Name. Jalmood is coming there with a late challenge late on, but needs more time because Vissim Al-Sarraj holds on to score. Back in second was Jalmood. Third has gone the way of Name. It's very close for fourth and fifth. All to be confirmed shortly. But there's the winner, number 16, Vissim Al-Sarraj, who never really saw another rival and has held on to score and wins the penultimate race, race 11, the Arabian handicap of a mark of 70 in the hands of Tariq Al-Mansour. It's number 16, Vissim Al-Sarraj, in a time of 1:52.45. Jalmood was second, Name indeed was third, very close fourth and fifth. That'll need a bit of confirmation, but it's 16 from 17 and 5. It looks like number 6, Astral del Sol, has just got there from Bin Al-Atier. So 6 beat 1 for fourth and fifth. The full order of the first 5 home: number 16, 17, 5, 6 and 1. The lengths were a length and 3/4, 1 length and 2 lengths. That's a length and 3/4, a length and 2 lengths. The order 16, 17, 5, 6 and 1. The winner, Vissim Al-Sarraj, in race 11.
شكرا.
runners are down at the start for our 12th and final race on the card here at Riyadh. This is a locally bred handicap 0 to 75 contest, the longest distance of the evening, 2,400 metres for 3-year-olds and upwards. Few non-runners to make you aware of in this contest. They are numbers 6, 7, 16 and 23. That is 6, 7, 16 and 23. They all don't go, so we're left with a field of 19 in the last, and they are mostly all down at the start. International markets, place number 2, Tawi Al Sahil as the 7 to 4 market leader from Manea at 9 to 4. Nauth is 7 to 2. Alawaji is 5 to 1. Sabil Al Khair is 16 to 1. Roya Al Karim is 16 to 1. Munai's 20s and 22s bar. Few Silks amendments just to make you aware of as well. At number 2, Tawi Al Sahil, one of 3 for the red stables, is in the red cap. Number 5, Estathir is wearing the white cap, and number 15, Thu Shan is in the black cap. Loading process will begin very shortly, so let's just turn our attention to a couple of these. Number 2, favourite Tawi Al Sahil, lightly raced, got off the mark at the 7th attempt. A strong staying performance over 2,000 metres, further up in trip today. Looks to double up upon that effort, son of Macho. Number 3, Manea, was a winner only 3 starts ago. That was in a 1,600 metre maiden back in August, 3rd of 20 earlier in the month, and could just be a big danger yet again as the first of the runners are moving forward. Motta Sened goes into stall 12. Number 4 here is Nauth, 4 of 18 of his sole try over this distance. That was back in January. Races off £6 lower and really shouldn't be dismissed on the form that he has shown so far. A good form last time out. Number 1, Alawaji, well, a winner 4 times from 28 attempts. Runner-up on both tries over this distance, off marks of 73 and 72, rated 74 today. Could just play a leading role yet again. As the next few are loading forwards, the loading process well underway here. We're just waiting on the final few. They include favourite Tawi Al Sahil and Sylvester de Souza. He'll be going forwards into stall 15 in a moment's time, and that will leave the final 5 or 6 to complete this lineup of 19. The 12th and final race on the cards this evening. We're waiting on number 10, Mikdam Al-Assad. 3, Manea has gone forwards, and 22, Yeglik, will be one of the final couple in. It looks like number 4, Nauth, is coming forwards next. And he'll be moving forwards into stall 2. May just complete the line here. Nauth into 2. Just a few pushes required. He's getting closer. Hopefully he is soon to become all in. Looks to be the case. The final push. And now is forwards. This is a locally bred handicap 0 to 75 contest. Race 12 on the cards. They're all in. And they're off and racing. Over 2,400 metres in the finale, and it was a slower start from Thu Shan. Also slower into stride was Motta Sened, as they show early and come past the winning post with a circuit to go. It is Tawa Al Sahil and Sylvester de Souza who are coming across to show early speed in company with Muanis. Amir Alaeden is also up near the pace, in addition to the yellow and purple of North. A few lengths behind them is Manea, who has just settled ahead of mid-division to the inside. Races Nauth, who's just being shuffled back a few positions with Chakra's Alamayed. Just behind those is Ajmal Taya. Asdel follows them as they turn left-handed and out into the back. And it is Nauth who has gained the advantage, leads by a length. From Amir Al-Maden in second, the further 2 lengths behind is Tawi Al Sahil. Towards the inside of them, in the blue and white, is Muanis. This leading quartet are just going a couple lengths on. From North, who races next with the yellow cap in 5th, ahead of the white stables Manea in a share of 6th. To the inside of them is Chakra's Alamayed. Racing wide at this stage is Mikdam Aslar. That's the leading group of 8. A further couple behind to find the likes of Ajmal Talahaya in the red and yellow. Then comes one of 3 red stables representative, Estafar. Thu Shan, who was slowly away, has just moved out to the outside, but would only have 3 or 4 behind at this stage, as the pace continues to be set by Nauth in the check sleeves. Now the gap is only a neck to Amir Al-Maden back in second. Tawi Al Sahil is a further length behind with the red cap in third. Then switch to the outside. Manaher races next in fourth. This leading quartet are just 2 lengths now ahead of Muaniz in fifth. Then towards the inside of them is Alawaji, who's getting a little bit closer. So too the green and white of Shakras Alamayad. Now picking off a few positions is Ajmal Talahaya. Also coming under a drive behind those is the likes of Asdel. And just losing a few positions is Thu Sham. Turning left-handed at the top of the home straight and on towards their final 600 metres. And it's Tawa Al Sahil and Sylvester de Souza who have hit the front. Manair is hard at work to the outside in second. They've now gone a few lengths clear of the third, which is now staying on behind those is Alawaji. So too switch to the outside, the red and yellow of Ajmal Talahaya. It is still Tawi Al Sahil with a slender advantage from in second Manair. Staying on behind those is Alawaji with Ajmal Talahaya, but all out in front is Sylvester de Souza and Tawa Al Sahil, now with a gap of 2 lengths towards the line, ahead of Manair's second, and it is Tawi Al Sahil to win the last. From Manaher in second, Al Sawaji's finished third. Staying on was Ajmal Talahaya, possibly into fourth, confirmed with a replay, but there's the winner, number 2, Tawi Al Sahil, who scores in the last. It's a double on the day for Sylvester de Souza and a second career success for this 4-year-old in a time of 2:38.6. That's 2:38.6. Number 2, Tawi Al Sahil, wins the last. Manair was second. It was third for Alawaji, fourth Ajmal Talahaya, and fifth a little bit closer, but it has indeed gone the way of number 4. So that's numbers 2, 3, 1, 20 and 4. That's 2, 3, 1, 20 and 4. Distances 2 1/4 lengths and 1 1/4 lengths and a length. That's 2 1/4 lengths, 1 1/4 lengths and a length. 2, 3, 1, 24. The first 5 home in our last, the 0 to 75 locally bred handicap. The winner, number 2, Tawi Al Sahil and Sylvester de Souza.
الله يبارك فيك. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I think he could be very half top. Because if you see the race, the other horse went by.
Yes.
And when he realized the other horse is right, that's when he tried to go small. I would put it.